Any company that gives a lot of shares to their lower level stock owners. Any company that has stock ownership programs, you'll see a lot of DRS. Dillard's, Disney, places like that. I think Kroger has a lot. Spy's dead. It doesn't look fucking good this morning, but it's bouncing back a little bit. I mean, it's still not below 210 again, right? So that's a plus. No intro, no time. The thing's like fucking 10 minutes long. Good morning, Jose. Reporting for duty. Ready to get some leaps, Mike? And it's kind of another day of everything looking like shit, but less shit. If the SPY goes down, how will it affect GME and BBBY OPEX? Even if the market crashes? Hmm. Tesla's actually looking kind of spicy. I don't know if that'll be enough, but I have a few VWAP hats. Two. It's not a few, just two, a couple. I mean, a market crash shouldn't affect, obligations held in ETFs. VWAP bots. Check AMD. What's going on with it? It's looking kind of spicy. Ooh, T+2. We'll see. Maybe we see some recovery today. I know you hate it, but BBIG, let's fucking go. Are they giving out a bunch of equity soon? Like May 18th or something like that? Nope, that's not it. I didn't know Big Lots was publicly traded. Wait, this isn't bullish at all. I did say good morning. My mic was just off. Good morning to you, a user. Record date May 18th, distribution 27th. That's awesome. Then you can own pieces of tube shit companies. We bouncing today? I think more chop. Hopefully with a better support. I don't need to look at the previous day. I can see it's up $1. I say good morning to everybody. BBBY new 52-week low. Is it? I don't think so. There's no fucking way that's the 52-week low. Jesus, it is. It's more than 52 weeks. It's fucking September 2020. Hmm. For $12 cash secure puts. Not great. 12.50. Weird how high IV is. Ask me how my $13 CSPs are. You probably still won't get assigned. If you have a play that is, say, 30% up, but still 12 months to expiry, how do you approach it? Do you see room for it to go up more? I mean, like, if you're happy with the profits you've got, take them, move on. If you think it's going to continue to perform, which it would have to be a truly phenomenal stock or a commodity at this point. But if you think it's going to continue to perform, then it's probably worth holding on to, right? Especially once you're in the money and the theta decay slows down. Yeah, but I mean, it depends. Do you expect another 30% move? Can you put it somewhere else where you can, expect to make more than it will make? Which stock? That would help, given that it's very much a case by case scenario and there isn't like a golden rule. You're up 30% on wheat. I mean, and you have 2 months. I mean, this is a long term play. So has it, you know, hasn't played out yet? No, not really. It's continuing to. I mean, yeah, you can take profits. I don't see anything wrong with taking profits, but you can miss out on some, well, quite a bit of upside. But if you think there's a better place to utilize it, like, I don't know, puts on almost anything, um, then yeah. For me, wheat's just like kind of a place to stuff money that will probably continue to go up. But I mean, like if I was trading less capital and I needed to be more active, yeah, I'd cut it at 30% and move on to something faster moving. Are you buying puts on anything at all? I have VIX calls, so I'm like I have volatility exposure. I have some SPY puts and I have SQQQ. I basically always have like a short hedge against the market and a long position on the VIX at any given time because I continuously roll it. So usually I just take profits during these like SLD periods where we see big downside. What's your favorite type of cheese? Mm, number one, Pecorino Romano. Number two, Parmigiano Reggiano, 24 month. Number three, Grana Padano. Number four, Parmigiano Reggiano 12 month. Then aged cheddar, and then fresh, like mozzarella de bufala. Pepper jack. Fuck yourself. It's just American cheese with jalapeno seeds in it. But the French cheeses come after that. Bristol, yeah. And Gruyere is way up there. I like Munster and Gouda. There's not a lot of cheeses I don't like. I don't like Velveeta isn't cheese. It's disgusting. It's just cornstarch. None of those cheeses are Persian. Do Persians have cheese? Goat cheese? Maybe something like feta. Brie's okay. It's not my favorite. I don't love Brie's or like really sharp blues. I mean, I'll eat them, but I definitely don't. They're not my favorite by any means. I like Manchego a lot. Please show GME. It's just dropping, right? No. Back to 114. Jesus. Uh, they expire. Looks like we might see the 11s on BBBY today. That's pretty sick. It's kind of insane. Matt Korn said 410.54 was the SPY resistance. Not anymore. Kasu Martsu? Is that the one with the fucking maggots in it? That's disgusting. Baked camembert with whole garlic cloves and sprigs of rosemary. Tear and dip in warm baguette. Love your life. But I've had some pretty good camemberts. It's not bad. I like it with like berries. You ever had it with berries? This could be fear picking up. Market's pulling an Amber Heard this morning. You mean it's shitting in the bed? What's your opinion on the 300 Spartans and their defense at Thermopylae? Historically inaccurate. Kasu Martu, pair it with Kopi Luwak. Hmm, shit coffee. Thoughts on Cat? It's still dragging down. Everything's dropping like a fucking rock. Um, I wouldn't go long on anything right now. What happens to the SPY under 400? Bad things. Ugh. Rough. I mean, the thing about selling is selling creates more selling, right? So the more fear you get, the more that compounds. Um, and so selling kind of begets more selling. So if you have a large sell off in something, that will usually cause more selling off. This doesn't look good at all. It's quickly heading for, back to like 405. Any merit to the idea that this is a margin call? No, probably not. Carly Rae Jepsen came out with a new song, which is bullish. The song is bad, which is bearish. I can't get a good read on the market. That's fair. This is getting to kind of a interesting place here. I'll just have to hope harder. I was down 95% on a weekly UVXY I bought on Monday. I'm now green on it. I think we'll go under 400 maybe next week. I mean, at the rate it's dropping, that could happen today. We lose another fucking 350 basis points. Thanks, Felix. Explain the two graphics you sent in the announcements channel. I did in the daily DD. Put ratios are up. Um, yeah, I mean that's puts are way up on GameStop. Puts at 110, 100, 97, and 95. OI is bumped pretty significantly. Um, and they're internalizing more. So, we had several days since the 31st of April. We haven't really seen any dark pool utilization, and it started moving up again yesterday. It moved up quick too. You're right, DD. No, just technical analysis. Dick's coming hot. Are they boosting volume on Bed Bath also, or just GameStop? I don't know. I didn't check Bed Bath and Beyond. Guess I could check it. Yeah, Bed Bath and Beyond spiked from 34 to 49 yesterday, which is similar in trend to what's going on with GameStop. Although they had another spike on May 3rd that we didn't have. SFM going up. Thanks, Trina. Oh, Sprouts? Sprouts killing it? Oh, that's cheap as fuck. Had bad earnings? I, I guess they had bad earnings? Hmm. It's fucking cheaper than I bought in at. Average down here. I need to check their earnings real quick. Bah, bah, bah. What? They fucking beat by 9%. Why is their price dropping? I'd say their growth is a little slow versus the rest of the sector. Yeah. They kind of missed their like high end on their EPS outlook, but they seem, I mean, it seems fine. It's just a kind of a better deal now. I mean, they still reach their goal, even if they reach the low end of it. BB of A securities analyst double downgrade on SFM. They're just trying to get it for cheaper. The Wyckoff model has been broken down since we stayed below 126.70. If we get enough interest to move back above it, then we have a chance, but of regaining the trend. But the trend's already broken down. Yeah. It's a shit. Is this an intra-week low now? $105.02. Would you look at Docu if it goes down to 72 again? I mean, yeah, I still think they're a very valuable company. Even here at 75, it's not a bad deal. I just think you can get things for cheaper. You know, we spent the last year looking at everything massively overvalued, and these prices look cheap, but in reality, they're not. I would argue that many of the prices you still see on companies like Tesla, Amazon, Google, Home Depot, Cat, these are still pretty elevated. That's a nice breakout on AMD. Very nice breakout. 95s? Yeah, fuck it. Yo, Lisa. Lose me some more money this week. I filled? Oh, nice. Oh, that'll be okay. Should take a look at Express and see how Wyckoff looks on that. Mm, this could be a spring, but it's hard to say if this is phase C or B. I'd have to look at the volume stuff a little more. I mean, it could be a spring. Although I don't really love the volume recently. It's kind of flat. I don't think we're going to see a lot of speculation right now, so Wyckoff could be pretty unreliable for a little bit. Especially with everyone pulling their money off the table. The actual fuck did I just buy calls on? Oh. Yeah, AMD green. SFM doing the thing like when someone holds you real tight. Doing a squeeze. It's definitely gonna bounce back. That fucking overnight shorting was ridiculous. Do you think the 10,000 hour rule applies when it comes to learning how to trade? Probably, to some extent. It's definitely a skill which is benefited by lots of practice. So, you know, CCJ worth a look at? It could be. I still think it's a bit overpriced. Yeah. I'd probably be more interested in it at like the $20 level. Here's not terrible, but you might be able to get a little bit cheaper. Hmm. My hydration keg is right next to me. The GME channel is a 111 to 136 in the period of ETF FTDs by the end of next week. ETF FTDs by themselves don't actually start until um, after the 11th. So we have MM and ETF FTDs till next Wednesday. And then from the 12th to the 19th, which is about 5-6 trading days, we have just ETF FTDs. Or well, we still have some MMFTDs, but they're minimal. Oh fuck you, spy! Really? Oh, oh no. Fuck, these are still in the money. Hmm. Whole market turning around? I don't know about that yet. A little bit. Um, yeah, no, AMD did a nice thing. I didn't nail the peak there, but that was pretty sweet. GME still fucking, yeah, recovered a little bit, I guess. Rough day. Growing mold again? No. Here for the hopium. Anyone got any? How do I change my WeBull to display based on flat price movement versus percent price movement? I can only do percent. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, your list over here? Just go to the settings, I think. I have no idea why it's not displaying flat and percentage. I love stop limits too. They're awesome. Yeah, I mean, I talk about them in today's DD also, which I know no one ever reads, but it's there. Thanks, Gareth. AMD has a lot of exposure from yesterday. This is a trend reversal. I need to close these. I think. Well, it's hard to say. Is this just a really fucked up head and shoulders? It looks like a trend reversal, right? What part of the world do you buy your coffee from? I think the coffee I have is from Indonesia. Calls on Moonwind's escrow. SPY double top? I'm not sure yet. I think it's going to continue to break up. Question is for how long? You set stops for Tesla. How close do you set them? Says it can move quickly in either direction. That call I just bought, I set at 10%. I think Jamie will possibly run a little bit next week. Maybe towards the middle of next week, yeah. That was a weirdly worded super chat. I'm at work, so reading your daily DD is so useful. How's that weirdly worded? Drive more into the BBY block purchase last night. Thanks. I picked up like almost another 1,000 shares this week. Pigeon wheels are dweebs, and Cornichons outnumber them 69-1. The uprising begins now. We're coming for your tattered wings and paper accounts. Thanks, Velvet Jupiter. You're missing Redbox. Don't feel like I am. Okay, that SPY price can't be correct, right? Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, that looked like bullshit. AMD 100? Maybe. Still a bit of a stretch, but maybe. At least I finally made some fucking money on my calls today, buying weeklies. Stop ignoring me and look at Redbox. I'm not ignoring you. Cool. It's up 28 cents on the day. Why are your tits so jacked? This isn't even like impressive price movement. Yeah. GameStop's up fucking $6 in the last same period of time. Tesla dead. I mean, as far as you're concerned, yeah. Can't begin to tell you how jacked I am right now. I'm pretty stoked that they're building up obligations again. That's a good sign for us. That's on the big BBBY buy-ins yesterday. I mean, I don't know what thoughts should I have on it. Someone's buying BBBY. It's insanely cheap. They're buying lots of it and calls. Scared money don't make money. Spy back to 415. How many times must we warn you not to play AMD weeklies? I think I'm almost even on them. No. Maybe. I don't know. I'm down $300 on AMD weeklies over here. But I just made I think 450 on that little spike over here. But I lost 600. And I made 724. I don't know. I'll have to add it up later. I'm either down 200 or up 50. My $90 leaps are killing it, but actually so are the 100s. The 115s still look like shit. Pretty sure the 145s are never going to be worth anything. RDBX has options now. Doesn't that make it a more attractive short squeeze play? Not necessarily. Kind of huge. Hey, what's up, man? Was there more to that, or are you just saying hey? Nope, you just said hey. Thank you so much. What kind of price are you looking for rig to achieve? $5 would be awesome. Stop ignoring me and look at Sears. Not because it's doing anything, but because it shows you care and listen to chat. I don't care about Sears. I'm listening to you, but I don't care. How is it to day trade like you're doing every day? Do you set up goals or do you have like a monthly budget? I used to. I used to have very, very strict, defined goals and risk levels. Now I kind of just do a bunch of shit and see what works out. See SPY trending up into next week? I don't know. I just need my 875s to print over here. Come on, you bitch. Pump it. The SPY looks good right now. Tesla 0 GTs. I knew you were 510 gang the whole time. I don't know what you're talking about. What's your thoughts about mostly men causing meme madness on the market? Do we need to engage more women to ensure gender equal meme madness? I mean, sure. I don't know if that's true. I feel like there's plenty of women who degenerately YOLO money. When you dance with the degenerates don't change you. Change you do. I see. Thank you, Knuckleballer. I appreciate that. I think AMD has more room between now and June. Up over 100% on June 100Cs. Just wondering if it's a good time to dump them. Thanks. I don't know. I mean, based on earnings, yeah, it should. But with the market, it's risky. I'll take ways the media is used to divide the working class for 400, Alex. Accurate. Not politics, but recessions are bad for divorce lawyers because people can't afford to move out, so they just keep living together. Welcome to Europe 2013. If a big institution bought the dip in 2020, it means that if SPY breaks 355, 350, it should be total capitulation. Yeah, I agree. If we break down below, I mean, shit, even if we break down below 400, we're going to see sell-offs. Big market ups like Wednesday. I feel like general 30 DTE puts would always print in our current market. Fair, but I mean, you have to make sure that you get them in the right range. You also have to sell them when they print. Do you think GME hit rock bottom today before we bounce next week? I hope so. I mean, 110 was a low drop. Yeah, it's possible that we've seen our bottom for today. We're gonna continue to be volatile pretty much every day for like the next 4 days. And I would say within a $10 range to the up and downside. Any upside to Jamie in the next few months? Give some hopium. I think from like May 11th through the 19th. That's calendar days, so I guess it's not really the 19th, right? Is it? Yeah, through the 19th. We should see some price improvement. Like steady price improvement. But then after that, I think we're going to see a new low. Does BBBY have the same overlapping FTDs as GME? Yeah, it should. I can see it, Rusty. Are tulips gonna squeeze again? I need a quick fix. Possibly into the shareholders meeting? There's no way we go through earnings without volatility. Here's what I would expect. I would expect the price to climb from like the 19th into the shareholders meeting, probably more towards, the end of May. So like let's say like the 20 nope. Maybe from like the 30th, it's a Monday, through the 2nd, we'll see some, increased interest, maybe just more volatility. And then I think, post earnings, they're going to tank us regardless of what the announcements are. And then I think probably will, run, depending on if there's a split announced, either into the ex dividend date or into June OPEX. Which do you think is more likely for BBBY, a May OPEX run or a June OPEX run? Well, it had a March OPEX run, so that would mean that June is more likely. Yeah, the relevant gamma max would be around 150, but I could see the run being below gamma max. I think they'll suppress the upside of it. They can announce it at the shareholders meeting. They could technically announce it before the shareholders meeting. My May 20 BBBY $12 calls I bought when they were out of the money this morning print. Aren't they already? Maybe not a lot, but a little bit. See. No, SPY fell off pretty hard. Executive order DD on Super Seg. No, I don't think so. Maybe. The risk they had is off the table. What's still driving the cycles then? Volatility, which is what was driving them all along. The FTDs still drive them, or the result of them. Towards the end of May. Yeah, I would expect our lowest point to be towards the end of May. End of May, early June. It could be tricky with the shareholders meeting positioned where it is. Do you think a market crash between now and June will get rid of the GME cycles? And if it crashes, it could. It may not. You think they will short us into the shareholders meeting? I'm not sure if they'll short us into the shareholders meeting. I feel like they're far more likely to short us after the shareholders meeting, right? I mean, consider it like this. We're either, depending on how they're going to play the OPEC cycles, right? And, well, let's start with this. First of all, Feb OPEX, which should have occurred in this window, right, was pushed out to March. And so, they had to cover an additional month of exposure in March, which brought us from a low of, like 77 up to 200. Had they not done that, I don't think the price would have gone up nearly as much. We were at 115 right around here. So, it might have, but adding that extra month of obligations definitely didn't help them out, right? Um, and what we need to determine is, because they rolled it out, that would imply that GME OPEX is still on the same cycle. They simply delayed it, right? Which means that we're either approaching, the low into a May OPEX run, or they're going to, offset it again, adding that additional month of exposure and push us into June. Now, since they cleared it in March, it would make sense for them to clear it again in May, right? If they're really smart, they'd move it to monthly cycles instead of trying to cover it all every quarter. But they want the volatility, so it benefits them to compound those positions a bit. So I think the question we need to figure out is, are we here in the cycle, right? Or are we actually, like, right here? Now the FTDs, if we look at 1217 FTDs, those began being cleared here on the ETF side. That Feb 8th through 16th run, these were ETF FTDs. And we have ours due here on the 11th, next Wednesday. So from March futures. Alternatively, if they are going to run it in May for May OPEX, then we are very much nearing the bottom, right? We should have like a small bump in price action. And we see this every time also. I want to point that out. We see those ETF FTDs cleared out from the previous cycle before the next run every time. And if we go here and why is that so thick? If we go here in March through June, we see ETF FTDs cleared out. We see them cleared out from June to August. We see them cleared out from August to November. And we see them cleared out in Feb as well, right? So the difference being, though, that this period is not standard. From November to March, it's one additional month longer. And so we only have 1 point of confirmation for them doing this. Now, if we run in May, that means that we're still running on the, May, June, August, November. Or, I'm sorry, Feb, May, August, November. Cycle. And not, and then if we run in June, that would mean that we're on like what is it, MJSD. Our current GEX is negative, so that would just create additional negative GEX on Monday. I don't want to use F-Man. Just say February, March, August, November, because the F-Man and MJSD and JJOW and all of those are actually terminology for something completely different that does not apply to this. Just some friendly, semi-regular reminder to ban Moonwind and his talks of degenerate CCs. Thanks, deep fucking value. Cheers. Yeah, we're keeping an eye out for entropy swaps, and entropy's bottomed out right now. Entropy's, almost as low as it was back here. And what I think is, I think they place the entropy swaps when they cover those ETF FTDs. Because that small increase in price and volatility, volatility going up, makes those entropy swaps more attractive to counterparties. Because the price is moving up, volatility is going up. It's easier to get a counterparty than it is, down here when those entropy swaps kind of look like shit. Does it make sense for them to clear prior to the shareholders meeting too, with the unknowns that it brings? Oh no, I don't think so. Ban Moonwind indeed. I love the. He said he was you, Roaring Kitty. He keeps trying to tell everybody that he's DFA, but he lives in Colorado, and he stole my chair. Oh, clip. Find the whole fucking thing. How long do you think the cycles will continue to happen? I think as long as it remains profitable for them to do so. So he's delusional as well as a chair thief and a paper hand. Yes. FNKO, a viable stock or short-term fad, up 20% after earnings last night. I don't really know anything about them. Give it to me straight. Will we see 200 again in 2022? That'll depend on if we see a run before the split, right? After the split, if we see 200, that's fucking insane. I can't wait till this is all over and we find out if this was the real Roaring Kitty. I don't know if we ever will. You're welcome for me selling my paper VIX puts. Thanks, Dork. The marketing knowledge is your sacrifice. Any way to predict if it remains profitable for them to continue the cycles? As long as the stock remains illiquid and volatile, it's profitable for them to continue the cycles. After the split, are gamma ramps more possible from retail side? I mean, calls will be cheaper. Yeah, I can say this much with 100% certainty. Keith Gill has never bought AMC. Not only did he not like it when it was a good deal, nobody with a fucking thimbleful of financial knowledge would buy that company. Outside of, selling people fucking covered calls or cash secure puts and stealing money from the FOMO. Yeah, I mean, the more shares DRS, the less risk there is for volatility players to do what they do. Am I doing anything fun tonight? I don't know. Probably not, frankly. Oh, I might like stream games tonight. I want to play some Elden Ring. I haven't gotten to play it like a couple weeks now. Well, if everyone keeps holding, but psychologically and statistically, that's not what happens after a split. What level am I in Elden Ring? I don't know, like 100 something, 120 ish. Theoretically, if you ran into Pickle Morty in real life and he came in hot with the big hug, how would you respond? I don't know. Just not even an introduction, like just some strangers hugging me? I do have a car. It's like a hybrid. No problem, Esrol. Thanks, man. Also, Walford Brimley, thanks for making my day, man. You wondering about my reaction to Pickle Morty in real life has really made my day. After 2-to-1 split, followed by price recovering to pre-split price, tons of people will dump half their shares since they were free. Then shorties can dump the stock. Probably. I personally believe AMC absolutely is not part of a wise investment strategy. My feelings on this subject are almost as strong as banning Moonwind. Thank you, Deep Fucking Value. I appreciate it. Yeah, I agree. Not only on the banning Moonwind, but the AMC is, well, it's dog shit. At least he's laid off Dan, President Darth Dan. I like that his focus is now 100% banning Moonwind. Moonwind for SEC. I think he'd make a fantastic head of the Treasury or the Fed. Marty Bird? Who? I don't know who that is. Don't ban Moonwin. Some of us hear what you call a dumb covered call and decide what to do from there. Moonwin is a piece of poop. Thanks, not DFE. Uh, I can confirm I'm actually dog shit wrapped in cat shit. Thank you, the real AMC. I can't believe people still own that. Are people still buying that shit? I thought they were done. I thought they'd realized the error of their ways. I haven't heard a lot about AMC recently. Could it be that Moonwin is already really Janet Yellen? Interesting. Janet Yellen has a better chair than him, but Kofa giving better returns than GME right now. I don't know. My cover calls are doing fine. I just want to know how he looks at himself in the mirror. Moonwin paper handed both shares and Pigeon Whale. He needs to be gone. This is the best. MC stock is what super stock wants to be. They're on their way. Current AMC sentiment is along the lines of none of this MOASS would have been possible without AI at the helm. Oh Jesus. Oh. Haven't looked at SS since you left, and it's going to result in the same thing that happens in every cult. All the smart enough people, all the people smart enough to leave have left. Now only conspiracy remains. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely gone down that path a lot, especially recently. The only positive thing I can say about AMC is they're giving investors a free screening of the new Top Gun movie the day before it goes live in theaters. Interesting. Would you go sit in a theater full of AMC investors? Not sure if I'm invested more in GME or dunking on people in Discord. Honestly, my meme addiction is hurting my free time. Don't stop now, though, Aaron Alvin. The memes are great. Do you wear contacts or do you have peak performance eyes? I don't wear contacts. I have good vision, although I'm probably ruining it by staring into these spotlights all day. MOASS enthusiasts. Is the market down because it is pricing in an increased acceleration of interest rates at 0.5 per instead of 0.25? I mean, yeah, little beefs. There's definitely a bit of a shock from that. It's also just that the economy's dying. Someone did try to do a hostile takeover on GME. Wouldn't they need the shareholders to vote RC out of the board? Or just how does a hostile takeover work? I mean, they would need to buy majority ownership. Let's go back from a work call. Is the economy saved? No. Oh, the SPY needs to go down quite a bit before we're in a crash. Market crashes don't just sneak up on you. Right now, we're just in a downturn. If the market crashes, you're gonna fucking know it. It's gonna be very apparent. And I would say under 400, the likelihood of one becomes much higher. We've already lost, 6 months of gains, maybe more. Pretty much all the gains through the pandemic from any company have been shaved off. Did I stop out? Oh, no. Yeah, I know about BBIG's like spin-off thing. Wouldn't BBBY single digits? Who cares? I mean, like, if BBBY gets into the single digits, I'm just gonna buy more. Even though you're logical and anti-conspiracy talking about MOASS, I still expect to join the stream one day and hear you ranting about lizard people. Yeah, I don't believe in that either. It's not that they're doing it to trick retail into out of the money weeklies. They open up the options chain in order to give themselves more strikes for hedging and replicating baskets. It allows them to hedge further up the chain and to control IV better. Full on crash be an event that could cause a black swan event like MOASS, or would that drastically reduce our chances for 10 days? I mean, it's hard to say. It's a black swan event, which can then spawn other ones. I mean, it could trigger a recall, although that's kind of unlikely on GameStop, given that most of the ownership is in ETFs. If it had a lot of like direct institutional ownership, I would say that sure, yeah, a market crash could trigger a share recall, no problem, but it doesn't. And since all those shares are in ETFs, they're unlikely to get sold whether the market crashes or not. What if I told you that Patton Oswalt is a lizard person? I wouldn't believe it. Wife killer, maybe. Lizard person? What does it mean when the bid ask starts to become super wide? It's an indication of illiquidity in the spot market. It could also be a directional volume can cause it as well. Like if the bid is getting hit too much or the ask is getting hit too much, it'll push one up and not the other. Usually you see that like in during large short I don't want to call them attacks, but if large short orders come through, you'll see the bid get hit but no relative change in the ask. Right, so the bid will drop and the ask will kind of remain the same, and then the spread gets wider. Is it important our buy orders go instantly to lit exchanges? Not really. Should I keep patting away from my Philadelphia wife? I don't know. Are you happy? But Michael, I just told you they're on the subreddit in the wiki. 6 months on gains being shaved off in a couple days. Isn't that a bubble bursting? It's not just a couple days. It's over this entire period of time. But yeah, I mean, we're hitting lows now that we haven't seen since last May. It's almost a year's worth of gains being wiped out right now. And we see it on all kinds of stocks like Amazon, um, at prices it hasn't been at since 2020 after the COVID crash. Tesla's just at October prices or January 21 highs. Like Home Depot now currently cheaper than it was in March of last year, and at roughly the same levels it was back in late 2020. So yeah, we're seeing value drop off everywhere. It's a bubble deflating, but I wouldn't say bursting. No worries, Michael. It could be good. I mean, if a split drives interest into the stock, that's very good, right? Are we looking for a re-entry into cat? I mean, I will be, but probably not this week. I like the bounce. I mean, it's holding its own. Maybe a breakout of 217 to confirm. What's the status of the covered call video? Do you really want to know? It's not good. I tried to put audio on it, like an audio track, and then deleted the other audio. Didn't realize it, saved it, and now I have a silent video that's kind of improperly edited. I don't know what you think is going to be told in the covered call video that you don't already know. Good enough. Get Matt Berry to do the voiceover. That would be amazing. Strikes and prices. The prices are relevant to the dark pool index, hornless. Fair enough, Patrick Swayze. Roadhouse. Do you cover how to sell zero DTE covered calls? No, because it's a waste of time. I mean, it's not really my thing, Petzel. Spy looks decent to push green for the day. It kind of does. I don't disagree. I think it might. Yes. All right, I need to set some stops up. Remember, guys, don't play Tesla zero DTEs. It's very risky. Yep. You would have to use a claymore. Squamsk. You be analyzing BBBY like you do Jamie in the near future regarding put call ratios, delta sensitivity, and so forth to see what the pressure is on it. I mean, I put the delta neutral, gamma neutral information in the daily DD already, Courtney. Probably not to the same degree. I mean, I watch all those things. If there's any big change, I'll make note of it for everybody. And where to does all the wealth and money move? Commodities and real property. No, I just don't. Why would you YOLO everything into Tesla? I just put stops on my calls, and you're YOLOing into it. That's that's a terrible entry. I mean, it might not be, but it could be. Yeah, but I mean that channel's really A, not about GameStop. B, not advanced in any way. It's supposed to be like the basics. So I'm not making a video describing GameStop covered calls at all, or when to sell them or how to sell them. I mean that judgment is up to you. They're a inherently low risk, derivative. It's not like covered calls carry a lot of risk. They have a absurd amount of upfront capital expenditure for extremely low returns. But if you're long something, they're a great way to make money off your stock. Thanks, Velvet Jupiter. Hype to you too. Getting burned by volatility is just a risk of selling covered calls. Like if I sell covered calls at like a $3 premium and the fucking stock pumps, right? And I wake up the next morning and it's $8, I'm not buying that shit back. I'll just let it get assigned. Video with you and Adam been explaining the infinity pool. It's a good price, crippled mule. Nice. Daily DD for BBY has two blurry graphs with no context. But that's the like delta neutral and everything, and they're not blurry. Gamma neutral's at 1504. Put call reversal is at 1727. $12 puts are the peak of the downside of the delta hedge. You can see large numbers of $15, $17, and $20 calls are being purchased. As are $12 puts. All graphs provided by Michael Blurry. There's no plunge protection team saving the market. What is this color? I've never seen it before. Yeah, AMD's looking pretty good. I don't think the PBT really steps in unless the market's like going to zero. Also, there's no evidence of them doing anything since like the Reagan era. Do you ever feel like the SST 25C bag is just sitting there mocking you? No, I like to keep it there to remind me of things. I don't think SS has any idea that Gherk is the one who told them about the PPT. I don't think so either. I'm okay with that. Can you make a Gherk Gone Wild Spring Break edition art for next week's YouTube? You can submit requests to the Louvre on Discord if you want. How do you interpret the market movements if we've seen since FOMC? Is this maybe confirmation on the bump and run you might thought it could be? It could be, yeah. It's not a great one because same low, right? Lower low? Yeah. I wouldn't say as a bump and as far as bump and runs go, this isn't fantastic, right? But it's possible. We would need to see, you know, a break of 420 to confirm the reversal, I think. I guess not. I mean, a break of 418 to confirm the reversal. Although it's doing all right. Really starting to agree with the sentiment that a large player or players got liquidated this week, and now the feeding frenzy is starting. I mean, I guess we'll know about it in a while. Do you have any TA exercises you could recommend? You can use replay on like TradingView or TDA and like rewind the day and then try to um, use technical analysis to gauge breakouts and reversals, things like that, in real time. Especially if you're busy during market hours. The MAC 10, the MACD over 10 days? I have no idea. There's like 50,000 different oscillators. I don't know them all. The DPIC follows the volume to calculate how many orders were internalized. Follows dark pool volume. You can't calculate how many orders are internalized individually, though. QPT isn't a legend? No, it's a real thing. Because that's not their job. Hey, Gurk, I just wanted to say, Hella, it's not very nice of you. Here's some good TA exercises. Do TA on some stocks, and here's the important part: don't trade stocks based on it. Just see how it plays out and whether or not the TA is confirmed. You mostly use open and close for your lines instead of min max. I generally use open close or open close low high divided by 4. Yeah, min max candles are better for long term TA. You can use if you use Hank and Ashi, they kind of do that for you. Stop ignoring me. What did you say? 130 safe next week. 0.3 delta. Nice IV bump just now. Uh, I think only until like Wednesday. I know TDA has a mobile app. Hornless cow. No, don't share links to fucking virtual machines. Thank you. Or be like Elliot Wave guy, YOLO 40K on terrible TA and see how it plays out. Yeah, you can do that, Victor. I told you about BBIG last week and you missed the squeeze. It's okay. I've I've missed a lot of runs on BBIG. Guess what? 909 Abton. I don't give a shit. I don't care about Ader. I don't care about BBIG. I don't care about MMAT. I would fucking slow trade the Apple all day before I ever touched any of those shit stocks again. Lithium iodine fertilizer producer. All these have spiked, so future earnings good. Wait, they're a lithium iodine and fertilizer producer? It's a lot of. They're making a lot of things. Interesting. If you were the best trader of your generation, would you buy spot calls right now? Not yet. No, not T+2 exposure. FTD's flipped to more. Well, the 11th is the last day of the overlapping FTDs. After the 11th, the FTDs will be primarily net long, which can cause increases in price. Also, our price is already kind of touchy. If the market turns around, we can too. Went full port on 5,000 GME 120 0 DTEs, just like you told me to at today's low. I'm now ready to buy the float of SST. Thank you for all your great financial advice. Thanks, Walford. I appreciate it. They're a producer, though. They're still. Here's my problem. They're still kind of exposed to supply chain issues. The technicals look very good. I think it's gonna like stagnate a little bit here after the failed breakout. And maybe back down to like 74. It could bounce on the high resistance. I would look for entries at these 2 points. So what's that one? It's 70. So 78.22 and 74.88. Those are both possible entries. I think this one's more likely. But other than that, it looks solid. Looks like there's very decent buy pressure here. At that like $73 range. Be warned though that I think supply chain disruptions can hurt their like near term price. For wash sale rules, am I selling at a loss if I am below my average cost, or just the last buy price? I can't choose life mode on SoFi. You can call them, I think, and just ensure that they're selling that way, or find out which way they sell. I mean, you only get a wash sale if you buy in at a higher price or a lower price than you sell. So if you sell, you know, at like I don't even know what stock you're talking about, but if you sell at like 300 and buy back at 280, you're not going to get a wash sale. It'll be. Which one was this? It's had a very good day yesterday. Um, I mean, it looks good. I think the price improvement's going to continue. It's got a pretty decent amount of range on it. Even if it doesn't, it still has like at least $2 more, $3 more to the upside. Even if it gets rejected at this resistance. But I think the bounce back can continue. I need to buy this fucking dip more. I subscribe to your support resistance lines. If that's not possible, hey, WeBull Trading View, get on it. If CC goes in the money by even a penny at end of day, will the underlying get liquidated even if not assigned? Not necessarily. Usually if you're like less than $1 in the money, you won't get assigned. Like if you have like a $12 strike and it closes at like 12.10, you're probably fine. Make a how-to on making your own. Oh, okay. You think BBBY will continue to fall? Mm, it could, I mean, it can fall to 12 where those puts are. There might be a little room below that when if that hedge flips. And it looks to me like someone's trying to suppress the price to buy the stock cheaper. It's trading in an unusually tight range. Are we in a situation where MOASS can be triggered only by an outside catalyst? I think we've been in that situation since August, well, since June of last year. The coffee boy, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. What do you think about the executive order for Chinese bonds collateral ending June 3rd? It has nothing to do with us. About a bunch of June XRT 85C several months ago, the idea that it would go up based on rebalance was just sitting there. Do you see a situation where XRT runs up? If they pull it off of the reg show threshold list, which they haven't done. Your thumbnail made me think you DRS'd. No. Just NASDAQ propping up the market like always. Yeah. Do you think North or South Carolina is the better of the Carolinas? I don't want to get involved in that drama. I feel like South Carolina probably has better food. Do you think the NFT marketplace is priced in? I didn't see your question. No, not at all. What's on Ivy 30 jump today? It bumped up a little bit, but not a lot. And they're, I think today we're gonna see it drop. You're seeing a bump on zero DTEs, but I don't think you're gonna see that on. I don't think you're gonna see that carry over into next week. It could be pricing in the move from the FTDs next week, but we'll see. Until I see Ivy hit like 110, I'm just gonna assume that it's, you know, intraday volatility. They're still trying to keep it under 100. It seems to be their like target range. Regular stream time on Mother's Day. Actually, there will not be a stream on Sunday this week. I forgot to mention that. There will be no Mother's Day member stream. Refund. Contact YouTube. Kind of huge. You're not even a member. This is an outrage. Canceling. If I can do one at night, maybe, but I'm gonna be gone most of the day. None of you are mothers. I mean, some of you are, but very few. And I'm sure they don't want to spend Mother's Day watching a stock stream. That's it, folks. Gherkin is secretly a misogynist. No. How much do you charge for a good massage? Phineas McTipper, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, Ollie. Calves and massage are expensive. Very. Thoughts on BTC crash yesterday? Crash? I don't know if I'd call it a crash. It dropped to its low support. Could be a good time to buy it. Third time trying. I only have audio. Obviously, NFT Marketplace isn't priced in. OpenSea had a $10 billion valuation for a terrible product, which is more than GME's entire market cap right now. Yeah, I agree. The NFT Marketplace isn't priced in at all. I never said it was. The speculation on the NFT Marketplace is priced in currently because there isn't one yet. But once there is one, no, that is not priced in. So the Burke thing, a nothing burger, not necessarily. I mean, there could be swaps present there. I haven't really read it, frankly. I've read like parts of it, but I haven't had time to sit down and read the whole thing. People don't want to hold stock options over the weekend, so they sell it off. Should we see a bigger dip in the market than we were seeing? I will probably see a dip towards the end of the day as people don't want to carry things over the week. Thank you, Cage. Shit's jacked. I don't think hot dogs are very expensive. Yeah, they'd move fast to get in on it. Or they already have a plan in place for getting in on it if it moves fast. Usually, the way it works is they already have multiple plans in place before any event occurs, right? And then based on the reaction to that event, they choose one and execute it. So it's like plan one, plan two, plan three, and then they're usually executed like algorithmically. That's like why when big news happens, you see like these sudden spikes of volume. It's because like market makers just immediately hedge their whatever like offset they have in their delta hedging. So like GameStop had that like the announcement what was it on the 20 was it the 25th? I think it was like the 25th. And we saw the price spike immediately. That's market makers like covering their negative hedge, right? So they want to be, because they don't know what's going to happen, so they want to be delta neutral. In order to protect their risk. Are there any hot dogs in New York that are worth it? I mean, they're fucking hot dogs. There's a like a German there's like a German sausage place on the Upper East Side that's really good. You prefer man? What? I've never spent any time sexing hot dogs, Velvet. Preferred street food. I don't really like street foods very much. There were some taco places in LA that were pretty good, but in New York, I generally stay away from food served on the street. I heard Jimmy was gay. That's why I own it. Okay, I mean, it's an investment strategy I've never heard of, but sure. It's on empanadas. They're okay. I like them. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I like them. I should be more clear on that. I've had some really bad ones. What about the halal trucks? No. The hot dog carts, the like I mean some of them are okay, but you have to like be in the area and know which ones are okay to eat at and which ones aren't. A lot of them are just gross. Like not clean, bad like food storage conditions. Nuts for nuts? I don't know what that is. Yeah, California is definitely better for food trucks. There's good food trucks in New York, but it's, you gotta kind of go out of your way to find them. If I had a more fun YouTube channel, I would boil down like 1,000 hot dogs and then create a hot dog like from the hot dog concentrate, like a gelatinous like hot dog concentrate. That would be a great YouTube video. I'd watch that video. Momofuku, over or underrated? Used to be under, now it's way over. They're still really good, but I mean, it's definitely gotten like their prices and shit compared to like back when they first opened. How much do you need to make this video? I mean, I don't know. What's the cost of like 1,000 hot dogs? I would just want to like, I would just want to make food on YouTube that is fucking disgusting, like food that's actually a travesty and sets, the culinary arts back generations. And it'd be shaped like a hot dog. I invented poke long before it became popular due to my many failed attempts to create sushi. Sushi's really not that hard. I mean, I guess the rice is the hardest part. You just trim the fish and slice it. Like, are you trying to make like actual sushi or like rolls? Like maki's really easy. Actual sushi's a little tougher. Hot dog concentrate is also referred to as S3 men. FYI, sign me up. Make a hamburger in the shape of a hot dog and put hummus on it. That just sounds like kofta or something. Cutting fish isn't easy. Yeah, it is. It's fish. It's not fair. I worked at a sushi restaurant for like a long time when I was in college. So maybe it seems easier, but if it's like a good piece of fish, and it's chilled when you're cutting it, not super cold, but cold enough, it shouldn't be too hard to cut. You need um a sunjiki. Is that it? I can't remember the name of the knife. It's like a long, like 11-inch thin blade with a single uh edge, like a single bevel edge instead of being double beveled. They're they're dudes over here cutting sushi with a butter knife. I mean, if you have like a gyuto, like a long one, you can use that too. I've never been to Japan. I would go though. It seems fun. I don't know how much I'd enjoy it. Like, I'd like the food and the scenery, but I'm not like a big weeb, so it might get boring pretty quick. I'd probably just go there and buy a bunch of knives. Yanagi? Isn't that the one with like the flat end? There's a few different ones for cutting fish. There's one that's kind of like that with the handle. And then there's one that's like ugh, like that. Shujiki? Sure. Nakiris are vegetable knives. Those are like they're like a little short, like vegetable cleaver. No, it's not a katana. And then like sushi knives are they have a single edge, like a single bevel, like that. Instead of being like the edge of the knife being like that, they're just sharpened on one side, and the backside's flat. Debas are like a thick fucking knife. They're for like butchering fish, but not for slicing sushi. A santuku is supposed to be a mix between like a nakiri and a gyoto. It's like a multi-purpose knife. Gherkin hot dog concentrate mukbang fund. I'm not gonna eat that fucking thing. Calls on hot dog futures and Costco. Thank you so much, fiscal stupidity. What can't ADX DMI show you that MACD cannot? What can it show? Can't? That's a you are now called Sukamono. You studied the stunk? I studied the blade. What can DMI ADX show you that MACD cannot? Mm, I think ADX's value is more in its historical trends. It has fewer false signals than MACD, especially like with with the appropriate amount of smoothing that you can done on ADX. You know, you can really confirm like how strongly the stock moves when it does. MACD will show you that as well, but I don't think it's as verifiable. And MACD is prone to false signals. I find ADX to be an easier way to look at the like long-term history of price action cycles and
price realization on a stock versus MACD. So I would say that MACD is more tied to volume trends, whereas ADX would be more tied to price trends. That's why I use both. I don't really put a lot of weight into either one. The split usually settles instantly with the brokerages. I've had stocks split before. It's just there the day of the split. It's just in your account. Still Pickles picks. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get Pickles picks done. I'm worried that I won't have enough time to do Pickles picks and do the stream as well. Because I'm not gonna be getting home till later. Um and I'm leaving pretty early in the day. Will do, Dave of the Pigeon Will Daves. On a 5-to-1 split, you ever think Jamie gets back to 200 in 2 years? Maybe longer than that. Is there the day of the split? It's there the day of the split because a share owned is a share owed. FTRs don't really exist, but FTDs can't sit there forever as long as CNS can roll forward with volume. I know. I never thought I'd have to be answering questions on whether, like, people's stock would be there the day of a split. The paranoia surrounding these events sometimes is just insane. Like there is a large contingent of people that think that they won't get the shares from the split. I still think that'd be fucking awesome. During the stock split, do I need to wait in my entry foyer with a shotgun in case Fidelity decides to come and steal my dog? But what happens if brokerages go bankrupt? Oh, Jesus. I don't think anybody wants to live in a world where that happens. I mean, some people do, right? Because they just like to watch the world burn. But Ben, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a
People
chance.
that never knew anything about the market before GME was brought to their attention, now 100% emotionally attached to it like a lottery ticket, and full of fear the dreams will die. Yeah, that explains away a lot of it, but what's crazy to me is the number of people that are concerned with what other people do with their stock. Like, if you're buying and holding and that's what you're about, why do you give a shit what anyone else does? Why would you spend so much time trying to get everyone else to buy and hold?
I mean, it doesn't mean shorts have to close, but their position won't split with a dividend split, Patrick. Guess how other people will affect the outcome of the value of their position. Dumb money. Don't worry, I have a bard on retainer to sing Song of Courage to us. To sing Song of Courage, to give us the fortitude to hold during Mass. Thanks, Popcern. The possible future GME price action, slight bump and run into earnings, slam down to a new low, and if there's a share recall, price starts to go up 2 days before the ex dividend date. I mean, that could happen even if there isn't a share recall. That's where the fear leads to groupthink. They will ruin it for us if enough of them don't hold their GME the same way as us. Yeah. How much have you spent on vape juice since you started streaming? I have no idea. Can I get you to say CNS louder? I've been informed I need to hit my daily quota. What are the pros cons of selling CCs at the peak versus selling shares at the peak and buying back later? Make more money on CCs or not? I mean, the pro is that you don't have to sell your shares. How do I address my June calls in Free Theta? Asking for my June calls. Thanks. You separate the idea that you're trading to invest and not trading to gamble. I'm implying investing is emotionless, while gambling is emotion driven. Options are fun versus buy and hold. Are they? It's. I don't know if I necessarily agree with options are fun versus buy and hold. Some option strategies are boring as fuck. I would say that trading is probability driven, not emotion, or it should be probability driven and not emotionally driven. One day you beautifully explained how RC announced NFT stock split dividend. Can you tell me the story again, please? I have no idea how to do that, dork. Do you prefer to trade SQQQ or SPXS? It doesn't matter. My trading is sexually driven. Good for you, Velvet Jupiter. When will we have another Gherk without his shirt day? June? Maybe in June. That was a necessity. My body got very hot. Can you include stock options as part of your owned assets? Yes. Thank you. Today's one of those days where it feels like the spy is on the brink of doom. Really? I kind of feel like it's just chopping. Big, violent, choppy day. You have overactive salivary glands. I don't think so. What's the criteria for future shirt removal? I have to make money greater than $100,000 in a day. The further above that mark we get, the more likely it becomes that my shirt comes off. Do you refine your trading strategy to maximize profits? In the sense that you swing trade, is that where you find the largest gains? I have found larger gains in swing trading than I have in daily, like intraday trading. And I think that I beat my buy and hold positions by quite a lot swing trading. even on like the same underlying asset. Like my gains on GameStop are from swinging cycles are far in excess of my profitability on the underlying stock. It's happened. BBBY under $12. No, it might see if it's broken to the downside of 12, it might see a little push. There's a shitload of put OI right here at $12. I don't know if they're sold. They could be. If they are, that'll represent a good support for us, which it kind of looks like it is. Well, for the most part. I'll take off my socks for free. I'll take them off right now. Chris McPherson. If I made that much, I'd die of a heart attack. No, you wouldn't. You can follow each market swing up and down with options. Big money. Yep. Still BBY CSPs for $12.50. Looks like I'll be the proud owner of 500 shares later today. Nice. Every time I average down on BBY calls, I just end up holding more bags. What do? Be patient? It's only been trading at these prices for like a week and a half. Like, fucking ridiculous. Did you sell your AMD July options? I'm not sure if I'm stopped out of those or not. No, I'm not stopped out of them. I still have them. Did you sell your AMD July options? I have 100C and I'm debating when I should pull it off the table. I'm about to break even. Yeah, break even? Are you sure? Mine are up. I don't think I'm gonna sell them yet. I think AMD. I mean, did you see the earnings? Their earnings are fucking phenomenal. The stock is still basically half price. If there's any kind of turnaround in the market or a push back up to like 432 on the SPY, and it's gonna AMD's gonna realize value. Do you ever consider upping your risk tolerance, investing capital above 200k cash? Shouldn't you make a lot more if you're playing with $1 million? I understand it's riskier, but thoughts? I actually up my capital in like less risky investments, right? So like longer term buy and holds. So say I get like I have a really really good trade or something, or I have an excess. Let's not even say a really good trade because it's usually multiple trades. But say I have like an extra like 300k, right? That I'm not deploying anywhere. Usually I'll put like 50,000 of it into like my swing trading accounts. And then, I'll put like 75,000 into like dividend stock. And then like another 75,000 into like long-term like buy and hold. And then depending on the performance of these, I'll like the extra like $100,000 I'll slowly bleed out into one of those three positions. Sometimes I put some of it into crypto, Generally, not recently, not for a long time, but I used to. I wouldn't say I'm super diversified, but a little bit. The more money you get, I mean, the more you should be a little bit diversified. I hold it put till Friday and it's in the money. How do you unload that on Fidelity? Can I even? You can just sell it if it's in the money. Don't the dance demand satisfaction in the form of muchos tendies. The volume lines up at the start of large buys on BBBY. Yeah, I think so too. I think someone's trying to lock the price in and hold it there at 12. Do you think Bitcoin is entering a spring phase of Wyckoff? No, I think Bitcoin could be breaking down. And it's already moved down to that lower range. I think a move, although I'd like to see it find a higher support, but I think a move down sub 30,000 is possible. I mean, it'd be nice if it finds support in the like 33,000 range, but it may not. It's probably gonna go back down to like 29 ish before it finds any real resistance, I think. And that'll likely kind of cycle through like this did, right? So trend down. Usually take about a few months. I don't know. You can ask Gaff if he agrees. He trades a lot more crypto than I do. I own Bitcoin, but I have a extremely low cost basis, so I don't really need to sell it. I think BBBY is very cheap. I think institutions are buying it at this price. Do you invest in VU for dividends? No, mostly exchange traded REITs. Um, depending on market conditions like QYLD. I have put money in VU before, but I wouldn't right now. Some railroad stocks have really high dividends. I don't put a lot of money into dividend stock, and that ratio of how I break it down is not accurate, but I do put some money into dividend stock. Most of it goes into like exchange traded REITs. Careful with those. Do your research on them, especially with the possibility of a decline in the real estate, not only commercial but housing markets. You may want to look for REITs that have a lot of cash on hand to buy up depreciated assets. I don't think so. He has a lot of time on his calls. I don't see why he'd sell them. You look at NYMT. Sure. The dividend's not the worst, but their performance isn't great. Credit sensitive single and multifamily assets. Dividend yield is 0.4. I mean, it's okay. It's cheap, but I mean, O has a yield of like 4.48, right? Which is much better. I wonder if their investment into rental properties will help, but I don't know. I'd have to dig into it a little bit more. How to look for good REITs? Could. I think DFE will come back, not this fake Cornichon one. He's not a Cornichon. This is the most recent data. 135% of BBY float is held by institutions. Win boom boom if they're buying more. I mean, if they're going to keep buying, especially in large quantities, we'll likely see big pile ups of FTDs if that's true. Although I don't think it is. I think institutions have sold, and the most recent data you're looking at is belies future 13F filings that are not yet accounted for. Log regression. Are you seeing? So you're targeting a. Oh, you're targeting a move back to like the low. So you're thinking like back to 15. I should sell now. No change on the DRS opinion yet. I'm just checking in. Nope. I'll be keeping an eye on it. Yeah, I'd be keeping an eye on price improvement in it. Could be interesting. No problem, Green Bean. Why did YouTube shadow ban me from your chat? I have no idea, iPhone. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick. I'm kind of starving. I need another coffee. Say 12. You know what? Everyone take a little break. Let's go for a full 23 minutes, 22 minutes. How am I defeated? No, I just want to eat. How does that make me seem defeated? Okay. Defeated by hunger? I'm just hungry. I haven't fucking eaten since like yesterday. Oh yeah. I don't give a shit. I'll Ah, I came back early. The shit you guys talk about when I leave is so weird. Dude, better than that, it's Wonder Bread. Is this the CNS only party? It depends. Did you net settle continuously your FTDs? I never failed to deliver, so no. Well, then you're not invited. Favorite cheeseburger cheese? Probably like smoked Gouda. Are we talking fancy burger? Because I'm fine with just American on a burger. I'm eating a fried bologna sandwich right now. My wife wants to see New York. Should I send her on a one-way? I don't know why you're telling me. I don't want her. Send her on a three-way. I made it with extra sharp cheddar and bologna I get from this butcher down the block from me. He makes it himself. So it's a little elevated, but still poor people food. Yeah, that's rat meat, bro. Did you cut your bologna so it doesn't stick to the pan? Of course. I don't know. He's pretty passionate about his meat products, Gaff. It might be rat meat, but so is Kava. I think his name is Niels. Hmm. Yeah, the Upper East Side rats don't eat as well. I love how Carl's just secretly in the background timing people out. How much does it cost to get a timeout? I mean, if you're paying $5, how long do you want me to time you out for? You need like a continuous timeout? Maybe I should create rates for timing people out so they can get work done. The first one from Carl's on the house. You missed Moonwind, Carl. Amazon misses earnings, market crashes. I mean, it was kind of everybody missing earnings, right? Easy. Be nice, Gaff. He's still very new to the markets. He still thinks things are fair or equitable. Shareholders meeting is on the 2nd. You have price targets for BTU for October. My time range is a little further out, but I think we're gonna start to see a turnaround from these lows pretty soon. March or October, I would say. Maybe like 28, 30 by October. That'll also depend on demand in the commodities market, which could drastically shift at any time. But at the current rate. I'm ready to play some biotech. No, I've lost enough money today. No MOASS. Sorry, boys. Okay. Thanks, Jojo. Dude, I almost did drown. Don't buy one of these things because there is a risk that you will drown yourself. When the fluid shifts towards like the downward, it's quite a lot of weight. It's not so easy to stop drinking just because maybe you want to. Why won't you look at AMD and validate me in calling a bar on the 15-minute? You mean this? Because I already called it. Yesterday. I even drew the fucking line.
Stop trying to steal my shit, quick man. Trying to roll in me, bro? Intraday bar? Little bar on the big bar? Yeah, not inaccurate. I think it's more like just like a bounce off VWAP. Usually bars are a little bit bigger of a move. I mean, they play out on every time scale, but they're less reliable on the intraday. I'm going to do one trade a week. The more I trade, the lower I move my CC strikes, and the more I panic. Okay. I've only been telling you that a year. I'm glad you're wrapping your head around it now. Everything is less reliable on the intraday. Yeah, it's true. To some degree, bull flags are really reliable on the intraday. Do you return your cart to the cart area when you're done shopping? No. I'll be honest. Like the act like all the way back into the store? Or just like the cart area in a parking lot? Like if the cart rack is near me in the parking lot, I'll fucking shove that thing at it. Sub. Not returning carts creates jobs. Change my mind. I'm not gonna. If everyone returned the carts, the guy who smokes weed and walks around the parking lot all day wouldn't have anything to do. Not that the thing he does is great, but it's better than nothing. It depends on the store. At some stores, it really is the only job. I worked at a Target when I was like 16, and that was my only job. And there were times where there were no carts, and then my manager would try to get me to do other shit, and then I quit. Think about it this way, too. You've already been charged on the items you purchased
for that cart to be returned for you. It's packed into the price. It is true. That's part of Aldi's business model. Do you leave the cart in a parking stall? What if it rolls away and hits another car? I don't care. If a bear shits in the woods and you don't see it, does a bear shit? Of course I tip my baristas. I'll tip the fucking cart guy if he gets close enough to me. I don't care. You're playing with fire. I don't return my cart at Aldi either. But usually there's just one in the parking lot with a pickle or like with a coin in it already. Sorry, I'm trying to read the chat and talk at the same time. Okay, unsubscribed. Good. Fuck off. I don't like you anyway. I think they want you to flip the cart upside down so it doesn't roll away. I don't really shop at Aldi very often. Do you like me? Sure, somebody. Not sure what happened with the Discord, but is this going to be permanent? I can't verify. So if it's permanent, I'm kind of SOL. I'll miss the pickle jar. Last question. Do you have a favorite volatility vehicle? You can verify by contacting support@discord.com and they'll manually verify your email. So Bandy. So it's not, you don't have to, like if you have a VoIP phone or something like that, as long as you have an email, you can verify. It just means that when people get banned, they fucking stay banned and I don't have to deal with their continuous bullshit for months on end while they desperately seek attention for their idiotic ideas. And you're my favorite volatility vehicle, Bo Bandy. I'm doing alright, dude.
Politically inflammatory things. How do we feel about the spy for the rest of the month? It doesn't look great, does it? Like I said, we probably stabilize a bit today. Move up through next week until, oh, let's just try to call it now. Let's say we'll move up slowly, choppy but up to like the 18th, and then back down again even harder. You're above 1,000 viewers before the shopping cart conversation. You don't deserve the 900 you stuck around, you monster. One day it'll be 0. Dan Almighty. One day. Someone left a Trader Joe's cart outside our door. Now it lives in our apartment. It looks more like a garage. And I have to explain how it got there whenever guests come. So it's like a talking piece, like a conversation piece. You should put it inside your house. I just had a disappointing meeting with our NVIDIA account manager, which could have been an email instead. I think I might buy some puts out of spite. Spite puts are the best puts. I always short things that affect me emotionally. Will you stream with 0 viewers like Bruce? No. People will never stop talking if they make that the baby crib. I'm the only real person here. Gherkin's a projection for my brain. Why do you dislike yourself so much then, Moon? When Reddit IPO so I can short them to attack Super Stonk. I pushed carts for 8 years at Walmart. I even won an award. Paid my way through college. Carts are to be returned to cart corrals. I'll return it to the cart corral. If you're referring to the thing in the parking lot, I'll return it to that. I'm not bringing it back into the fucking store. It's ridiculous. To be fair, shopping carts aren't really a thing in New York City. Most places don't have them. They're also parking lots aren't really a thing. Would you be bullish or bearish on Reddit if it went public? Oh, super bearish. I don't know. I guess it depends what price it IPO'd at, but let me ask you that same question phrased differently. Would you be bullish on 4chan going public?
Bring it back into the store. You can't make me. Some guy actually gave me shit one time because I like just kind of pushed my cart at the cart corral and it kind of landed there. It was a little lopsided, but it was in the appropriate cart area. And I just he was like, "You need to bring that back inside." And I was like, "Why don't you fucking bring it inside if you want to?" And then I got in my car and left. This was actually a very interesting story. He was just a prick. From a Europore's point of view, the past months on stream have been a wild dive into U.S. customs, cuisine, lexicon, and investing. Very interesting, to say the least. Yeah, I would say I would say most people in New York don't like store a lot of food. Like you can, but usually just have it delivered, right? But you're not gonna just carry a fuck ton of food through the city. And usually like the supermarket's so close, why buy more than you need for like a day or two? Was that before or after he called you male Karen and stuck his phone in your face? I've seen the video. I haven't. And I had to do that thing we sometimes do, work, so I've missed out today. I'm sorry, man. Feelings on Best Buy. Are you getting into calls for GME? Not yet. If so, what's strike and date? Have a good weekend, everyone. I assume you mean BBBY. I think it's really cheap, and I think someone's buying into it pretty heavily. Good time to buy. As far as GME, I'm waiting. I might get into some calls next week, just for that small run up I expect, and then but nothing like long term until like end of May. After May OPEX. Does your neighborhood have corner bodegas where you have an almost father-son relationship with the owner like Spider-Man does? No. New York City bodega cats are the best. When you live in a walkable city, you just treat the store down the street as your refrigerator. It's kind of true. Ever thought about binging with Babish collab? Both New York based YouTubers, both like cooking, both hold GMA.
Super stonk would be furious. That makes it a whole lot more enticing. How do you know me so well, Walford? I'm not Spider-Man. If everyone returned their cards, Jamie would have moassed by now. No, you're not still timed out. I hope you got some work done, though. What if GME needs more shares so it can do a 1-to-1 dividend into GameStop Entertainment spin-off 300 plus million float? Oh, Jesus Christ. It'd be cool. It would be good for the shareholders. You're the one who pulled a gun on the cart narc. Who's the cart narc? Is this... I'm out of the loop. Is that what all this shopping cart talk is about? Listen, this is what I'll do from now on. I'm still not going to return my cards. Definitely not bringing them inside the store, but I'll put like an envelope with $5 in the fucking seating area from now on. Like under the child seat. You can buy shopping carts from Aldi for 25 cents. That's not how that works. Where exactly do you shop? I don't very often. I just have food delivered to my house. That's just going to whatever weirdo gets the cart next. The employee ain't looking at that. Listen, there's a chance he does, though. Yeah, we have Aldi's here. Can you ask Wall Street if my 510s will print? I'm not looking for a butler right now, Kitty Pickle, but I'll add you to the list. What cart questions do you have? I can answer everything you need to know. I don't have any, Bipolar Bear. Do New Yorkers just not buy groceries and eat out? Pretty much. I've saved 3K with Dash Pass. Oh, dude, me too. Easily. Maybe more. Got a gun pulled on him once. Good stuff. Too bad they didn't shoot. YouTubers who chase people around in public are actually the filth of the planet. It's that same, like, prank video mentality. Walmart's? It's Kroger, Aldi, Meyer. I don't know why people put an S on the end of it. Do I do that? I mean, I do it with Trader Joe's, but it's possessive. I'd rather fight one hedge fund sized horse. Agree. That's why I chase people at night without filming it. Next FOMC meeting speech by JPA. Inflation is just a prank, bro. Ugh. Need to figure out what's going on here. Is this just a video of me drinking out of my water bottle? You could do it as a end clip, Average Joe, with that like lighthouse production company. I forget the name of it. Thoughts on Weber? Might be okay. I just bought 100 BBBY. I want to sell some covered calls. I think I want to see what happens in the next week or two first. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm waiting. I'm going to wait a couple weeks before I sell any more covered calls on either GameStop or BBBY. Did you not hear the sound? I've been wanting a Castle Rock into Black Rock outro for a while. I didn't hear the sound. I didn't know there was sound going on. I'll try it again. Fuck you. We all want to see this. All right, fine. You're usually given some time to respond to a margin call, but they can liquidate you immediately. That was from Average Joe. Is that a pigeon whale mating call? Yes. This channel is truly a modern renaissance. I can think of other words used to describe this channel. Renaissance would not be one of them. Do you own a pair of Tims? Is it necessary to own one to live in New York City? You know, I used to, but I don't think I do anymore. I think I threw them out. I never actually wore them, but they were given to me as a gift. I keep buying BBBY calls, and it keeps dimming, and they keep getting cheaper. I think I have a problem. Also, AMD to 100. Worth holding calls over the weekend? I mean, I'm going to hold my, like, longer dated calls. I sold a CC on BBBY yesterday at a $13 strike. Got it back today at 0.02 cents. Worried about getting called away, but I feel like I'm winning. I mean, you're doing it right. Roy, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man.
I think GME is starting to bottom out. 45 minutes starting to hit SMA 50. Best cologne you've ever used. It's my birthday weekend. I'm looking to be a thirst trap. Ralph Lauren Polo. Like the green bottle one that your grandpa would use. Like that. That's the one. Win her over, smell like her grandpa. I mean, unfortunately true. If you can figure out your crush's dad's favorite cologne, that might help. Did Roy get his Dillionaire music? I think so. Yeah, he did. I played him the Dillionaire music. Don't forget to DM me, Roy. I expect to hear from you later. No sound happened? Oh.
Happy birthday, Gert.
I had it muted. I had desktop audio muted. Where do I DM you? Discord? Yeah, over on Discord. Is there a list of different membership tiers? Yeah. YouTube forced me to make a video about it. Like all things, the most expensive one is the best. You need to add a didgeridoo to your soundboard. No, thank you. Did you get new sunglasses yet? No. Same amount after the split. Is it best to buy before or after to max shares? It's best to buy before the split to maximize shares, generally. Post split, there's no guarantee that there's going to be price stability in your target range again. Imagine trying to buy a Tesla post split. I don't take vacations. You gonna see Doctor Strange? Is it on Netflix? Or HBO? Or Disney Plus? Or whatever? I mean, if I were them, I'd just split it in the same month. I wouldn't wait till the end of the year to do it. He's not some dude. He's David El Cinco Herrera. Any thoughts on when, how long BBBY can be trapped like this? Ignoring macro events. Tempted to long some calls at these prices, but I want to be sure I'm not needlessly locking up money too early. I mean, they're good prices. You could be. Kirkland aviator style sunglasses. My problem with them is they're probably too small. Hats, sunglasses, and headphones I have issues with. This is the same hat. You surprised what's going on with the market right now? I've been out of the loop because work something about interest rates, right? Yeah, they moved their forward projection rate hikes up from 0.25 to 0.5 per interval. Yeah, I'm probably not going to watch people drive cars. You be streaming GME when you're 90? I fucking hope not. Zillow's forward guidance on housing market and inventory was frightening. Maybe they're just trying to get a better deal. Spy's doing that thing again. Pit vipers? I'm just gonna look these up. Let's look these up. What the fuck are these? These are ski goggles. Oh, I want to get these. The Climax. These look uncomfortable. For extreme trading. Wow, these people are into a lot of things. You guys really into motocross and taking your best bros out to Havasu for homoerotic weekends? Yes. Okay. I already know about Lauer's thing. One day Goldman Sachs dreams will come true and high frequency trading will be dead. No one ever invites me to those. Don't call out dork like that. When do you think BBBY will be back in the 20s? OPEX? It could happen sooner, but my target period is during OPEX. Would it be safe to say that this is the dip before the rip? No. It's the dip before the bump, before the dip, before the rip. We've been to 0 fish shows. How much are you buying BBBY calls as compared to GME calls? Just wondering. I mean, it's a much smaller position. Maybe. And for calls, I don't know because I haven't bought any GME calls yet. But I mean, shares, it's not even a third of my GameStop position. No problem, Master Hedgehog. Will we be above 182? I have no idea. We don't have price range expectations for quite some time. You better be right. My family's well-being depends on the words you speak. I cannot think for myself. Oh. I mean, I think that sounds more like you better hope I'm right. You were such a master yi, man. Oh, never. What's up, TV? AP Shaco top? Oh. What's my favorite magic color? Blue? Yeah, I've played poker. Why do you think the short hedge funds are having such a hard time getting the borrow rate under 5%? Or down to under 5%? Because they keep borrowing shares. They need to not be borrowing shares. And they're still not buying huge numbers of puts, right? Like put OI went up a lot, but it's not like it's still not comparable to what we saw last, December and end of Feb, right? So they're still assessing some risk in buying big put walls, and suppressing the price, which would allow them to return shares for cheaper. They're really not doing that. So we'll see. But I mean, it's interesting that they've now begun to compound obligations, at least on the side, without covering or without returning the shares already borrowed, which could possibly mean that we, start to see an upcycle in the borrow rate before the borrow rate has hit 0. which is compelling. For GameStop, August options aren't open yet. GameStop is JAJO for its options. So August options won't be open until after May OPEX. You have a shortish term price target on Oxy next month or so? Not really. I mean, it's kind of far dated because trying to play the oil market in that short a period of time could just see you getting burned on your position. No, probably August calls or for the bump June, just June calls. Darb for like next week. Yeah, why would I buy stuff that far out if I'm just targeting like a 5-day period? My $55 Junes are now up 100%. I'm not sure if I should look for more upside. I mean, I think it has more upside. June's a little early into summer. You may not see it all. Usually oil hits its peaks in like July and August. You could roll out. I'm only talking like 63, 65. Oh, that's possible. Let's see. Didn't it hit 63 yesterday? It's already at, yeah, I mean, it's already trading at 63.50 right now. It hit 64 today. Also, you should be up way more than 100%. And the next upside target's 68. It's about 0.10% lower. No, I'm not buying any GameStop calls today. Are you still unconcerned about X? Yeah. It's getting kind of close to a point where I might be concerned. Like, if it falls back through this resistance... I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not sure I fully understand the whole sell-off right now. The X is very much dependent on. I think the valuation in X is very much dependent on summer construction. When we start to see steel shortages, which we should, given that I think the largest like steel mill in Europe is now defunct. How do you feel about Albertsons in the same vein as Kroger? Similar, it doesn't perform as well. Ouchie down and bad recovery and power hour. I kind of just think we're gonna see chop in this channel again. What was our channel from yesterday for the most part, right? Huh. I guess we could. I think we'll find some stability in here between like 114.10 and 115. Man. I understand the whole X sell off. Too many traders have gone long on it. Works every time. I'm just trying to average down on it right now. It's a little bit below my cost basis, so as much as I can get here. I think its performance over the next year is going to be very, very good. Companies usually buy back shares using call options to exercise? No, not usually. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, usually the rebate rate lines up, but that could be because of the Fed rate change, DT. You think the market's too flaky for a re-entry into cat? I mean, like, I like where it's trading at right now, but I would be cautious. I don't think Monday is going to be the best. Oh, I forgot to get more coffee. That's the fucking problem. Well, if you're using same as cash collateral, that's like the rate that you receive back, Stefan. So, you know, essentially paying no fee to borrow overnight. If the rebate rate and the borrow rate match, you're just borrowing shares for free. As long as you're using cash or same as cash collateral. Yeah, well, with the Fed rate going up, the cost to borrow anything is raised essentially. I didn't have time this morning to make my usual coffee, so I only made a half a coffee. And now I'm exhausted. I want to fall asleep in my wildly uncomfortable chair. Also, I think it's these fucking allergy medications. They're making me super tired all the time. Like yesterday when the stream ended, I just passed out. I was like answering questions and like Reddit DMs, and I just fell asleep on my keyboard. I know you said in the Discord they don't use the OW anyway, but what's the rationale behind Fed rate up so FTDs are cheaper to carry now? Oh, FTDs, I mean, they are cheaper to carry in the obligations warehouse now because the Fed rate, like the forward rate, is subtracted from the overnight fee in the obligations warehouse. So the obligations warehouse fees are astronomical, so no one wants to use it. That's why they internalize instead, because they don't have to pay those fucking ridiculous fees. But for all of these systems, there's redundancies, right? So if they fail to internalize, they can shift that into the obligation warehouse, and then they can use that to push it through CNS and hold on to it until it's cleared. I'm not eating New York City honey, Stefan. Yeah, V does benefit. They just shift the dicks around so everyone gets some of it. Sort of. Four Sigmatic mushroom coffee mix. What the fuck is mushroom coffee? I feel like I'd be careful with drinking randomly blended mushrooms. Sounds like a recipe for cirrhosis. Looks like come Monday, I'll be the proud owner of 2,000 shares of BBBY. CC's anyone? Congratulations, OG Rules. It is smoke and mirrors that won't really help inflation. They wouldn't raise rates at all if it weren't for the political push. It's the politicians that are pushing to raise rates because that's how they think they solve inflation. It's not the Fed that really wants to raise them. In fact, I would say that without the political pressure, the Fed would have gone much longer without raising rates. Thanks. I worked really hard on it. How low does BBBY need to go before us pickle fondlers can buy the float? First off, great way, great job just owning it. I think Pickle Liquors is one of the best nicknames for our community I've heard yet. I don't know. If it gets to $5, I'm gonna buy a chunk. How much of their free float could I buy at $5? Enough. How do they solve inflation? Wait. I'm not kidding. That's the best way to solve it. You need to wait for the supply chain to kind of cap out on the distribution side when demand is reduced, and that's going to create a deflationary environment. I think I explained this once before. I don't know if I explained it very well, but like customers go out to the market and buy things because they're the demand, right? And then, the retailers then go to the suppliers and or the distributors and try to buy more, and the distributors out, so then they go to the manufacturer. And so what happens is you get like kind of a feedback loop where eventually so much demand has been placed on the manufacturers that they start to ramp up production. And then here and so they ramp up production to make more to meet the demand from the customer, which then creates too much supply because demand is now dropping. And then because the economy is going down, and so now you have too much supply and not enough demand, and then it kind of reverses these supply chain issues that we've seen. Bullwhip infographic. I might have one. Oh, hold on. I feel like I had one. Let's see. Oh, here. Like that. So since everybody's over ordering at every stage of the supply chain, eventually that snaps back, and you get an oversupply, which leads to discounted goods, which leads to cheaper prices, which leads to a slowdown in demand, and then a slowdown in demand at each stage of the supply chain, which is naturally deflationary. Walt Shillionaire, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Country Club after the stream.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
The stock market works the same way. It's all normal distributions. Yeah, for the most part. Well, look at like the chip shortage, for instance. Like we already see a massive push to ramp up production, on the manufacturing end. But demand is lowering on the consumer side already. Like GPUs, for instance, have crypto's down, mining's less popular. The people that needed the product kind of own it until the next generation comes out. For the most part, And so the demand is significantly down, but production's currently being ramped up, right? And that's going to create, you know, that's going to create that bullwhip effect that I was just talking about. And we're going to have, you know, too many GPUs and no one to buy them. I'm ready to buy a car anytime it makes sense. I've put my info into a few dealerships. Once they all start emailing and calling me frantically, I'll know it's almost time to buy. Yeah. I mean, the rates are going to be high. That's kind of the problem there if you're financing it. But if you're paying cash, yeah, absolutely. Oh, a lot of the supply chain issues from that. It's also, you know, due to the massive amount of consumer liquidity as well, right? As people are out, you know, buying things at rates that they so you know, like everyone was out of work but buying tons of shit um so they can make like their home lives more comfortable. Trying to understand options and play these fucking cycles, but I'm stuck with only shares. Financial advise me, bro. I mean, you can just watch the videos on the subject for months. We've talked about, you know, where to buy calls. I'm going to talk about where I'm looking to buy calls when I'm looking to buy them. It's just not happening yet. Can we pull up the chart of the M1 supply over the last 10 to 20 years? Yeah. Do you need to look back that far? Can I make this full screen? It's okay. It's leveling off. It's transitory. CC's for next week on Jamie. How do you feel with the risks? I'm not selling any. I have some expiring today, and that's it. AMD, wheat, and VIX are the only green things today. Not as bad as yesterday, though. No, I would say in like 3 to 4 years they'll have it probably back in their target range. You play the old Zillionaires for my re-up? Sure, man. I think if we see the FTD run, and it's speculative because it will still depend on the overall market correcting a bit.
But I think if we see it, our best chance of seeing it will be from May 11th through 19th. Which is like a six trading day period. Yeah, M1 only covers, if I'm correct, which I might not be. This isn't really my thing, but M1 I believe covers money used for payment. Which is like basic forms of currency. Also referred to, I think, as like M0. It's very narrowly defined though. Like M2 includes savings accounts and small deposits, and retail money market accounts. So it's just the money supply composed of Federal Reserve notes. Otherwise, like bills or paper money and coins. So yeah, it's not the best estimate. It did still spike really hard, but could you pull up HGen? It's doing a thing. FTDs? A lot of FTDs? Lots and lots of FTDs? Does anybody know the borrow rate on this? Upside kind of sucks, but you know what else is up? Campbell's fucking soup. How great of a buy was this? What was my price target on this shit? I'm gonna get out at 50. No one, I guarantee no one even looked into this when it was a pickles pick. They were like, soup, fuck you, soup. What's the game plan with HD and V? Wait for a bottom, go long. I mean, they're both kind of cheap as fuck right now. It's the only thing that kept my port alive. Rick Sadler, rounded bottom breakout guy, put CPB on his watch list and did a seminar on it. How the fuck do you do a seminar on a rounded bottom breakout? It's Campbell's fucking soup and we're entering a recession. You don't need to analyze the technicals. You just buy the shit before it gets out of control. Fucking people are such cunts sometimes. I hate finance people, especially ones that do fucking seminars. It's just, even the guys that know what they're talking about are just standing around jerking their own egos off in everyone's face. It's disgusting. Like, they could just be like, yeah, fucking, we're entering a recession. Buy stocks that, you know, sell canned goods. They'll do well. No. No. Let's talk about rounded bottom breakouts and how to analyze the risk factor of a stock trading $30 below its average. Just fucking dumb fucks. You sound like Charlie Munger. I am a grumpy old man. I bought a whole canned chicken. Is that still a thing? Titty titty bang bang. We've learned so much from you, Pickle. Thanks for all you do. You've slowly turned me into a profitable trader. I'm still gambling, but your tutelage continues to wipe away any losses. Appreciate you. Thanks, titty titty bang bang. We love you too. Hey ho, titty titty bang bang, titty titty bang bang loves us too. I don't have a fucking seminar. Do you see the market reversing at all today? Not really. I expect people to sell into the weekend. We'll probably see 405 before close. You're hosting a live seminar. This isn't a fucking seminar. It's just people hanging out, talking about bullshit and trading stocks. It's the coolest place on the fucking internet. Fight me. No seminars, no merch, no private lessons. What are we even doing in it here? Maybe learning something? Sometimes. It'd be a lot cooler if you put your carts away. I said I'd put it in the corral. I'm not bringing the cart back into the store. I'll put it in the corral with all the other carts. Most of the time, it's you bragging about your cost basis. What if I bragged about my cost basis? If I'd sold fucking covered calls all year, it'd be lower. There's definitely people with lower cost bases than me. You don't have a lower cost basis than me, do you? You might. I don't know. You bragging about your cost basis on various tickers is like half the stream. How's it bragging? I'm just discussing my cost basis. And I only bring it up if people ask me. It's not like I'm like, oh, guys, look at this super great buy-in I got. It's bragging because it's lower than all of ours. That's not true. I know for a fact there's people in here who have lower cost bases than me. At least on GameStop. Do you know how many people in here have a better cost basis than me on BBBY? Most. Anybody who bought it in the last 3 weeks. Yeah, but my cost basis is still fucking like $19. My GME cost basis is not $433. Dude, Campbell's soup was a fucking pickles pick. I gave it to everyone. I told everybody about Campbell's soup months ago. Pickles picks aren't real. When was Campbell's soup? Does anybody know what date it was on? It was in like March, right? Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of shit I'll brag about because Hey, Mike Ditka, who's gonna win Wall Street this year? The Bears? I'm not old enough to get that joke, but I do. Thank you, Bill. Is Campbell's Soup a good entry now? I have $31. You could probably get some of it for that much money at your grocery store. Being a good trader is in part being a confident asshole. It matters. It's a big part of it. If you're not an overconfident asshole, you're probably not going to be the best trader. Even Buffett's an overconfident asshole. Have you ever listened to him talk like he fucking knows everything? Look at me, I'm the sage of Nebraska. You missed the expiration cycle. Oracle of Omaha. I'm well aware of his nicknames. I said I think we'll start to stabilize on the downtrend and reverse. I don't know if we'll reverse Monday. It could take a few more days. We'll probably continue to trend up slowly through like the 11th. Thanks, Sally Snipes. Matt3161, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire.
Happy birthday, Gert.
Do you think he lives in Omaha for the quick Omaha steak deliveries? Maybe. Do they ship from Omaha? Can you do some TA on LRC? Sure. If they announce the marketplace, it'll do this. Yeah, I'll look at it. That's not it. It actually doesn't look very good. I think it's headed back to like 50 cents, 48 cents. If you held it through $3, that was a mistake. If you bought it at $3, that was also a mistake. This could be like an okay entry, but it really looks like it's headed back to like 43 cents. I mean, remember, it's still heavily affected by the price of Ethereum and Bitcoin. Maybe 65 to the downside. I could see hitting 65 again. If they announce the marketplace, it's going to go up. But, I mean, that's like an outside catalyst. Ooh, SPY's doing a thing. People buying positions into the weekend? Are you gonna be the Oracle of Rhode Island? No. Yep, that's right. Trash Dan. The thing about pickle coin though is I'm trying to tie up the market and reduce liquidity. It was being given out too quickly. Sweet till I'm the dunce of Delaware. Power hour music today or not? Maybe. No, I have no idea what that is. There was like some crypto or coin or some shit called Pickle Finance or something like that, which I didn't find out about until after I made this channel. I thought that was you for months, and it made me not sub because it made me think you were a scam. Retard Fortura? Sponsored stream? For what? How much is it for me to see pickle pics? Wait, hold on. Do you think they're stocks or something else? Oh, it's billionaires. That'll be my greatest accomplishment if I've convinced a bunch of like people who spend all their time chasing meme stocks to YOLO into long-term value and commodity assets. Nah, it's totally gonna like go up next week, but also like look at leaps. Plot twist. Everyone will YOLO Campbell's at peak inflation. Just leaps. Thunder. Not even leaps. Octobers. We ah. Campbell's is joining the meme stock basket. No. But I did buy an obscene amount of Campbell's soup. You make billionaires to the poors. I'm broke as fuck. Please help. You realize how that doesn't work. It's a very spend money to make money type of market. I'm not buying fucking Campbell's soup. That shit's disgusting. But I'm also not a doomsday prepper getting ready for nuclear war with my favorite dictator, Putin. Start profiting. Sage of Nebraska. Yeah, I think based on where delta neutral is on BBBY, any move to the upside is going to be probably over $15, man. Put in a clip request for when you explained how you'd go about growing a 2K to 50K account. Anyone interested? Maybe check out the clips channel on the Discord. That'll get added to a video, Stefan. Probably like this weekend or something. This Campbell returns look good. Damn straight they do. Soothsayer of New York. I think you can do well in a recession. They need to shed their debt, though. It's going to hurt them. I don't think you're supposed to get a tactician's crown, just get lucky and pray for 2 golden spatulas. You're just not going to get one, man. Like, it's... Sometimes the game dumps them in the wheel. Is DDoS just slowly going up? No, it's going down right now, but it'll go back up. What do the tea leaves say about Jimmy's price action for the next 10 decades? I know Citadel makes like $1 trillion a day, but they will probably go bankrupt soon, right? Sure. My favorite is that guy who, like, every red day posts, like, Citadel's long assets. And he's like, oh, you know, Citadel's like negative $12 million today. Ha ha ha, watch them bleed. But does not understand what a hedge is. You know, if you're down 12 million on your 48% long position and, you know, up fucking 14 million on your short 52% short position, you're just up 2 million. It's me. I don't understand what a hedge is. Jesus Christ.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Remember when Charlie bit my finger vids? Didn't realize that same like you gherkin it and threatened to go behind you. Those were the days. I do remember that. Remember when Charlie created a fake Twitter account to pretend he was me? You know, my mind was blown away today reading something that was submarine, but it just meant under the water in the ocean, not a submarine like the vessel. I don't know why it bothered me so much. I'm not sure either. Is it underwater? Isn't submarine same like CERN put? Also underwater? Hey, I knew you'd like that. He was yeah, he created like a fake Twitter account and was like going around like pay for my membership and be a big shill and stuff. He did more drumming up of support for me on Twitter than I've ever done for myself, so I couldn't thank him enough. I would wait to see Monday on Target. I've been watching it too. I'd wait. I'll make him money. That'll show him. It was like all the fucking people on Superstock who'd fucking rage out about me every day. They did more advertising for this stream than I've ever done. By a lot. CERN might be the only ticker on the planet that hasn't had a downtick since November. I know. But if that deal falls through, Pop CERN Trader is going to be the richest person in this stream. That's how I found this stream. I think Charlie lost big buying $40 puts right before the run. Not sure, not like he'd admit it, but the timing was chef's kiss. Nice. I don't know why, but like everybody who like every like social media person that's gone big on GameStop puts has done it right before OPEX. Like at like peak desperation and rock bottom prices, they're like, I'm YOLOing into puts. Like Warden, Charlie, who else? Someone else did it too. I know, isn't it awesome? It really is. Gaff doesn't play stocks though. Charlie knows how the space lasers are affecting the stock. Yeah. And the god algos. Instead of just, you know, everything being part of an active fund and basically trading together. Hey, DM'd you something entirely trivial in Discord. A boops boops. That's amazing. Is there a stop loss setup discussion somewhere? My cat stops were set too loose. How loose did you set them? When you approach a resistance, you're supposed to tighten your stop up. So like say you buy into a call and you've got a decent amount of time to expiration, right? You know, and you set like a wide stop at like 50% just to protect you overnight or something crazy shit happens. And you know, the stock starts to move, you know, say you've got like a descending wedge and you know, the stock starts to move up into the breakout. Then you tighten up your stop, right? And you put it like, you know, 20% behind. It reaches like your median price target, and this is your price target. You know, then you put it like 10% behind. And then like, you know, here you'll put it at like 5%. When it hits your price target, you put it at like 2%. And then if it continues to run, you know, you're just trailing behind 2%. But if it retraces at all, you're out. No, I'm not gonna clip that. I'll just say it 500 times for the next year. My stops are always loose. You mean non-existent? Dude, Turd was talking about fucking ETFs like last March. Someone else clip it then. Fine, I'll clip it. It wasn't really like a very in-depth explanation. But sure. Biden is going to pass an executive order to allow MOASS to happen. Sure. Pigs are going to fly out of my asshole. Loose like your mom or like mine? Like yours, Bob. Are we doing a mother lover bit? Cuz I'll let you know right now I love that song. RC tweet. Oh my god. What did he say? Was he just like ranting about taxes again? Weaning the economy off cheap money is like breaking a coke addiction. Cheap money is the best. Oxy might be my new favorite ticker. Does cheap money cost same like coke? Ugh. I can't make Neo go up 5%, man. That's a big ask. What's cheap money? Buy the dip today or wait? I mean, this is a pretty good one. I don't think it's going to be our best one, but it's a good one. It was cheaper this morning. You know what's funny is like I was trading like other shit during this time frame. And so like we weren't watching GME drop to 110. And so everyone's been pretty chill today. Like no one's been losing their shit. Just because we didn't watch it this part of the day happen. Otherwise everyone would have been sad all day. Yeah, I thought it takes money to buy cocaine or whiskey. We still have the same number of viewers in here that we have every day. Big fish out of water. It's only like 2,000 people when the stock runs. Market bleeding so much that those of us left are too dead inside to care. Wife decided to have
General So's for dinner because of RC's last tweet. I can't wait to show her this one. Wait, did you show her the 69 one? Which part of the inevitable 23-page long DD about that tweet are you most looking forward to? I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to read it either way, right? Worth hedging for Monday? I don't know. Do you have long positions? You goddamn right I did. All right. Do ETF FTDs over the next couple of weeks are also expected to have an impact on BBBY or just GME? Should have an impact on both. They both move in the same cycle. Dem Papa. All right, gloves are off. You should take 10 shots of whiskey and start playing Elden Ring. What? The day's not over yet. We can still hit, 112. At what price do you buy more BBBY? I'll probably buy more on Monday. $112? So you're saying my 110 CCs aren't safe? But your 110 CCs are $3 in the money. See you Monday, food stamps. Get it? Haha. Pay attention. Yeah, I mean, I just didn't think it was worth reading. God, I need to look at something else that's doing stuff. Every stock's the same. Have you had any question about manipulation? Even AMD is the same, and it's green today. Destroyed that guy like J Pound destroyed our portfolios. I'm gonna get a sign on these 1350 BBY CSPs. Any thoughts on when would be a good day to sell CCs against them? We're expecting a slight price improvement anytime soon. We may see one with the ETF FTDs after the 11th. There's also somebody buying large positions on BBBY at its current price. That could trigger a move as well. Did you get rid of Rad? No. I bought Leaps. It's been like fucking 2 weeks. G Mental, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you into the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the
They want to fuck my hedge made of 2 SPY 405 puts. Might be RC buying more BBBY? It could be. Maybe he doesn't feel like the board is moving forward with his plans as he outlined them. I mean, that would be the next step, right? Do you still own GME? Yeah. What's the put call ratio on BBBY? I feel like I looked at it earlier, but now I don't remember. I don't have today's, but it's been moving towards the put side. It's 0.17 right now. Or it's toward the call side, rather. So, super heavy calls. Since April 11th, calls have just been increasing. That's why our delta neutral is so high above gamma neutral right now. This is odd, right? Like this asymmetry here. That's on BBBY. Also, IV's moving up again. 103 today from 99 yesterday. It's still down from the last few days. But we're higher than we were before the big, like this last big dip. Call skew still just massively call favored. Like, well, this is what, 30-day? Let's look at 520 expiration. Interesting. Over leverage myself on BBY calls. Can you tell me I'm an idiot and it's the only way I'll learn? For when? And if you got time on them, you should be fine. Yeah, no problem, G Mental. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. What about BBY today at 12:37? I've been bag holding ever since. Is Victor dead? He was here earlier. He asked me if Tesla was dead, and I said as far as he was concerned. It's either the best time to buy BBBY or the worst time. Yeah. I mean, you still might not get assigned on those. AK Fizzle.
Why does RRP matter? It absolutely fucking does not. So what's your RRP secrets? Five, 6, 13 CSPs getting assigned? Yeah. Probably. What's it at? Well, yeah. If you have a 13 for tonight, you're probably gonna get assigned. What are the two crossing trend lines on your AMD? I think they're on a different time frame. They're like out here. 1 hour? There's this one, which you're seeing, and then this like longer term one, which is out here on the daily. Ooh. Huh. Been driving around all day looking at lake homes to buy when my one VIX call moons during market crash on Monday. See you later, Dominic. Have a good weekend, man. What? We don't... Can we get enough likes for the day, please? I have to remind everybody at the end of the day, or everyone forgets. Undid my like and did it again. If I like, will you tell me I'm pretty? If you don't, I won't. Where is the just okay button? It's on Matt Core's channel. Alright, I liked. Do I get it now? You're not terrible looking for a Wisconsin man or whatever you are, Minnesota. I don't know. Okay, I'll like, because that's the first response I've gotten ever. Really? Have you ever actually said anything else in the chat? Was Meet Kevin as much of a tool as Core's?
Same initials, same punchable face. Probably, I don't know. I don't fucking. I'm in Minnesota now, but I was in Wisconsin earlier. It works. You're just raising your average by moving from state to state, Darth. Show me a new computer, bro. Do we still get GameStop vouchers for liking the stream? I don't know. Try it. I like to think about you having 1,000-ist watchers as a well-attended high school football game. We're all in the bleachers, and you're at your desk on the field doing trades with a microphone. That'd be weird. Could the weird DNGN be solely due to Cohen's massive buy-in, which people are expectant of an upcoming run? I mean, it's not from Cohen's buy-in. Like the price action from Cohen's buy-in, I think, is mostly realized at this point. This is just people going long as fuck on the stock when it's trading at $12. Apparently not. Unliked. All right, average Joe. I would pay $9 to attend that. Thank you, Alethea. I appreciate it. Spy dump in 5, 4, 3. Oh, it's getting there. You know, the spy's actually not doing too bad today. Go away. You got it, Mighty Potatoes. So for the member stream, we'll see. I'll let everyone know on the Discord one way or the other. I might do one like later at night if I make it home in time. But there's gonna be a shitload of traffic, so we'll see. If there's so much long interest on BBBY, why is it trading so low? I mean, it seems pretty apparent the price is being suppressed. It's not because of crime. Although dark pool volume on BBBY is pretty interesting. It started spiking yesterday pretty hard too. Remember, increases in dark pool utilization on most stocks tend to be a bullish signal. Remember that longs, especially institutional longs, use dark pools to move into positions. So usually if you're watching a stock and you start to see like a large increase in dark pool utilization, it's an indicator that longs are getting in, especially if it's trading relatively cheap to its long-term price.
price suppression not considered crime? I mean, no, not if you're capable of doing it. It's just positional manipulation. So a lot of it is like AMD earnings. You're seeing everyone with interest in buying AMD cheaper. You're seeing shorts want to sell it to bring it down, and longs want to buy it low, so they're not providing pressure against the shorting, because they want to buy it for cheap before earnings. Ironically, longs, like most long institutions, tend to buy when stock prices are at their lowest. They like to buy the dip, so to speak. And they're infinitely patient with their entries, right? They don't care. Yeah. Everyone expects like longs to like pile in on a run up, but that's not how they do. They sell the run up. Some of the when everyone's YOLOing in and buying, they're selling. Weird. Is SPY gonna close green today? It might. It's close. Still needs to move up quite a bit. 1380 is a bit of a stretch. If the price wasn't manipulated on most stocks, do you think you would have to get a job? No, I'd just like start a business or something. CNS holding down the SPY? I'm sure the rate of fails on the SPY is quite high right now. Selling novelty-sized water canteens? Whatever. Have you thought about owning a little coffee shop? No, because they're not very profitable. In this scenario, you don't really care. Oh, no. I'd rather drink my coffee by myself. Yeah, roasters have a little bit better margins. There's ways to improve the margins, but like generally a small coffee shop, not very profitable. Unless you charge obscene money for the coffee. Like you have to charge a huge markup. Biggest cost? Labor. I don't mind owning a business. I just don't want to do any work for it, right? You let other people run it. You guys think Ryan Cohen's like conducting fucking interviews at GameStop? He's not. He's hanging out in Florida being rich while other people do the job. Do roasters have better margins than Robinhood? I don't know. That dickhead I used to buy coffee from was doing pretty well. Oh, I would never open a coffee shop in New York City. The real estate's too much. Opening businesses is easy. You just find a thing that you can buy for cheaper, and you find someone to sell it to. That's it. You don't need to be like original to create a business. You can just pick a successful business and do it slightly better than them. Who's YOLOing their life savings into pre-workout hot dog water with me? Dude, it's all about hot dog concentrate. Dog tea concentrate. You fool investors, take their money, and then fail. Like AMC? Started my own business after seeing how poorly an RV park was run and still surviving. Nice. Call it Roast the Shorts and open it on Wall Street. How is BBBY price being suppressed? Well, there's no buy pressure on the stock itself, really, outside of dark pools. Most of the interest on it is building up in the options chain, which will be interesting if obligations need to be covered. But right now, I mean, it's not driving a lot of price action. But we're seeing millions come in and out of the money options for August and January. Already got the baloney water market cornered. Stay in your lane. Buying an ore mine. Bad mouthing silverback AA. Ugh. I wonder if that unliked and unsubbed guy ever knew that his copy pasta would become one of the longest lived memes on this channel. If I were to YOLO a few thousand on BBBY, better to buy 200 shares or 6 calls at a $15 strike? It's up to you. And one of the positions is leverage, but a depreciating asset. The other is the underlying. So you have 4x, 400 shares more leverage, or just 200 shares with less risk. That's a decision you have to make. There's probably a middle ground in there somewhere. Later, Johnny. Don't forget unshared with friends and family. If it were possible to sell ennui and apathy, you'd be a trillionaire. Huh. Curious. What happens if a call expires in the money, but you don't have enough money to buy 100 shares of the underlying? Oh, that means you probably should have sold the call. Oxy to 65 soon? It looks good. My next PT to the upside, 68. Space Monkey. I'm out for the day. Enjoy your weekend. You too, man. If I join your Elden Ring stream, I'm gonna be a little out of it, FYI. Should be fun. Can we expect some Gex on AMD next week if it closes above 95? I think so, yeah. Although a lot of the call interest positioned higher. So a lot of calls got rolled up and out. So it may take a little push for some of that exposure to be realized. See ya, Brendan. I mean, they'll auto exercise it unless you have that turned off. If you have it turned off, nothing happens. If you have it set to auto exercise, they'll liquidate your other assets in order to cover the cost of exercise. If the underlying is very illiquid and there's no buyer for the call, you're fucked. You can call them today and try to, depending on how in the money it is, and try to cashless exercise it or exercise and sell to cover. So they can exercise it on their end and sell off shares, and you get the remaining shares that would make up the difference. If there's a bid on the strike, you should be able to sell it, though. You would just have to sell at the bid. Like, if you're not finding a buyer at the mid, you need to drop the price. Think of it like a garage sale. Like, if no one wants to buy your call for $1, but there's someone offering 50 cents, how bad do you want to get rid of it? Oh, I didn't think so. I didn't think it was, JJ. Can you include some good puts and Pickles picks this week, please? I want to play the downside. I'll think about it. I don't like short positions. They tend to need to be carried longer to fully realize their value. At least on most of the stocks that I am actively interested in buying into. How bad do options theta change over a weekend, or does it just get affected by trading days left until expiry? Theta is a constant, right? So it does move down over the weekend. It's not that dramatic. It's equivalent to like 1 day's worth of theta loss per weekend. Do you know any brokers that factor in CCs to cost basis? I know WeBull does. I think IBKR does as well. I'm not sure if Fidelity does or not. Cost basis on Fidelity are weird. TDA does. Like automatically just updates your cost basis based on covered calls. Ding ding. Yep, that's over. I'll expect a bedtime reading stream in lieu of no hot tub. All right, so pretty fucking flat today on the SPY. It didn't end up, recovering, unfortunately. Still down 0.59. GameStop, not even trading in after hours right now. Down 3%. Our intraday curve kind of indicating, besides following the overall market, that our FTDs are a little higher. And we're also not seeing puts placed in the morning. So no one's what's interesting about this is they aren't placing the out of the money puts at market open yet. And this is a big part of them compounding their positions is those out of the money puts where they, drop our price and then, stabilize it in the lower range before moving up into the end of the day. And so what we're seeing is them cover, CNS obligations. And if you look at the curvature of price action versus other stocks today, it's far more dramatic on GameStop, right? Because of the higher rate of FTD. So like everything has a similar pattern to the SPY, right? But GameStop's is a bit wider of a range, and that's due to those overlapped FTDs. I think we're going to continue to see price action fairly similar to this for the next 3 trading days. And then, we're going to move into that ETF FTD period. And one of the reasons we don't see a lot of improvement with the compounded period is because, CNS is taking those market maker net longs, like net long FTDs, and pairing it with those net short ETF FTDs and diminishing the effect. So, we used to think that, having MM plus ETF FTDs was bullish, but in fact it's not, right? Because they kind of cancel each other out. So it's much better to have just ETF or just MM FTDs. That way, we have a positive trend or like specific pressure to the positive or negative side. And with ETF FTDs, obviously they're majority net short, and so that creates a demand on buy volume. Will you buy calls over the next 3 trading days then before the FTDs start? Probably. I'm thinking like Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on what the market does. And if the market rallies, we'll push up even with the, differential FTDs that we have right now. So yeah, if the market's pushing up, I might buy them a little sooner, but I'll probably pick up a small position in June to ride out, the expected ETF FTD exposure period. You just admit that you're a shill for MM plus ETF FTD is not necessarily being bullish. I feel like I saw some similar comments in chat this week. How am I shilling that? Similar comments, but with real frustration. I don't know. And so, lastly, we'll go out here to TradingView and kind of look at our overall. It's not working. So here on the 1 day. So, we have 3 days left. And remember, the 11th is still an overlapped day, and that's next Wednesday. So our first day of actual ETF FTDs alone will be May 12th, and that will carry out through May 19th. And after these are over, and so we should see some price improvement through that period. As far as May OPEX, which comes literally one day later on the 20th, I'm not sure how much price improvement we'll see with this. Borrow rate is still high, so it's not out of the question that they would want to run the price a little bit in this period and clear out the rest of that so they can get back to that, fee-free borrow rate that they had enjoyed for such a long time. It may not be possible now with the increases in the Fed rate, but obviously the desire is still going to be to drive that borrow rate down as much as they feasibly can. And as far as this goes, well, we did have a a higher low. Unfortunately, it was just part of a one move, and then we've now seen the downside of this to a new lower low. So this trend persists. Unfortunately, we did not realize the turnaround that we wanted to. So we will, ideally in the next 3 days, be looking for another low high before a retest of the bottom. And let's say that gives us 3 days out. So if we're looking here on the daily, let's say we can expect to see another move into this range maybe in the next 3 trading days. And then that's when we should start to see, after that, so figure that. And then after that, we should see about 6 days of upward pressure. Maybe, and I'm thinking this like 130 to 50 resistance. Or, at best 140, 41. I don't think we'll see this. This is a bit out there, especially with call interest where it is. But yeah, I think we'll see a rebound up into this like 132 range, and then we'll see our low for the cycle after that. So moving down below this 113 support. And this is where the buy opportunity for June OPEX and the shareholders meeting will exist. Is this upwards improvement likely to happen even if the SPY continues to drop? Interestingly, when our net short FTDs are high enough, we move inverse the SPY. I'm sure if you've watched the stock long enough, you've seen the days where GameStop does not follow the SPY. Like the SPY's dropping and GameStop's continuing up. Those tend to be days where we have high net short FTDs. So that means that the FTDs are in excess of the sell pressure created by the active funds trading GameStop intraday. Anyway, so that's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early Monday morning. Remember, as of now, no members only stream on Mother's Day. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow, or maybe I'll do one Mother's Day night. We'll see. But I'll let everyone know on the Discord. And I'll see you all Monday morning. Have a good weekend, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.